At this time, we would like to invite the session moderator and all speakers for session 5. Please join me up on the stage for session 5. Our speakers and moderator is on stage. So may I invite speakers for the session 5 to join me up on the stage? Thank you. So we are about to begin the second day of our program. And once again, simultaneous interpretation will be provided between Korean and English. So if you need interpretation, please use the receiver placed on your table. Channel number 1 is for Korean and channel number 2 is for English. And please turn your mobile phones off or switch them to silent mode. And we already have our session moderator and all speakers for the session 5 on stage. We will begin today's program with session 5, focusing on collaboration and public-private partnerships. This session will be moderated by Professor Dae Kyung-kwak from the College of Police and Criminal Justice and Dongguk University. Professor Kwak, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody. And thank you for joining us for this session on collaboration and public-private partnership in addressing TF-GBV. I'm Professor Dae Kyung-kwak. I am a professor at the College of Police and Criminal Justice at Dongguk University. In this session, we will explore how the collaboration between the various sectors, technology companies, government bodies, and the non-governmental organizations and the international organizations can form a unified response to TF-GBV. Our goals are to showcase successful examples of public-private partnerships, to emphasize the commitment made at UNGA 79, and to discuss how we can develop comprehensive solutions to fight TF-GBV on a global scale. We are fortunate to have distinguished groups of speakers today who will share their valuable insights and experiences from various contexts. I will introduce the first presenter. Jina Ha is a project leader in the policy team at Kakao Camps, a Korean tech company. She is a passionate human rights advocate at Kakao. She drives efforts for responsible technology use and corporate alignment with human rights, drawing from her extensive experience at UNICEF, UNDP, and the UNHCR. Thank you for joining us, Ms. Ha. To start, could you share with us how the partnership between the Republic of Korea and the Kakao Corps have evolved to address the TF-GBV and how the combinations of public and the private sector strengthen has shaped your initiative? Please. Now you have your...
So I use this microphone, right? Hello, good morning. I've been running up the stairs a little bit, so catching up my breath, but so thank you for the introduction, and it's my honor to participate here as a panel today. I'll start with a bit of a sad news that unfortunately top 5 deepfake porn sites show that 25% of victims are Koreans, and usually they are women. And even more devastating fact is that our future agents of change, children are not only victims, but perpetrators of deepfake porn. I think this is not only about deepfake issue, but considering such a rapid progress of generative AI and accordingly evolving human race, what can an IT company do is an issue here. So today I'll introduce what Kakao is doing in terms of harmful content moderation, and also which includes gender issues as well as children's issues and many of discrimination issues. More and more, and it's so I'll go into more of a specific cases. Kakao is actively responding to the requests for correction, which are administrative orders issued by the Korean government agencies in accordance with relevant laws and regulations. To meet self-regulatory requests from government agencies, Kakao has been proceeding with a course of action, including takedown, should the case be necessary in accordance with Kakao's terms of service. For example, Kakao is the Korea Communication Standards Commission may request request or also issue an order that the content be taken down after deliberating on illegal information. Based on the request or order, Kakao prohibits automatic posting of harmful content such as illegal filming through comparison with a database of feature information determined by Korea Communication Standards Commission. So this is, I think, Kakao still has a lot to do in terms of proactive collaboration with the public sector, but these are more of a minimum requirement and also more of a soft version of collaboration with the public sector. Kakao also restricts researching or creating a chat room and using any types of Kakao services should there even be a single case of user complaint on illegal or harmful content. In addition, Kakao adheres to the hate speech self-policing guidelines provided by the Korea Internet Self-Governance Organization, and the hate speech standards show that there should not be any discrimination based on race, country, ethnicity, religion, age, disability, gender, sexual orientation, and such. And Kakao's operating policy also clearly states that there should not be any kinds of discrimination. So based on all kinds of policies, we try to fight against the discrimination, and these kind of policies try to protect the marginalized groups, including women, children. And I think when we talk about gender-based violence, it's not only about a specific target group, but this is more about how to find equal opportunity and equal benefit for any kinds of users, regardless of what kind of personality, characteristic, or background they have. So before I conclude, I'd also like to introduce our SafeBot technology. This is basically Kakao tackles profanity in comments. So I don't know if you have heard of DAM portal, but here we try to automatically convert the swear words into musical notes. So basically substituting the swear words into a kind of note, symbols, so that people know that some words could be prohibited on website to keep a sustainable and safe environment. So that's a very brief introduction of what Kakao is doing in terms of public and private partnership for GBV, against GBV, right? Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ha, for your very useful speech. I will introduce the next speaker. He will also bring valuable perspectives. While introducing session 3, I would like to introduce them for those who did not participate in the sessions. Mr. Vedran Selimovic, he is an investigator in the department for the fight against computer crime at the police directorate of the Federation of Bosnia and Herzegovina. And Ms. Dragana Vujic. Mr. Selimovic has extensive experience in law enforcement and cybersecurity, focusing on combating organized crime and cyber crime. Also, I will introduce Inspector Dragana Vujic. She served as a crime police inspector in the Department of High-Tech Crime at the Ministry of Interior of Republika Srpska, Federation of Bosnia and Herzegovina. She specialized in protecting children from online abuse and digital gender-based violence, having developed key preventive measures. Thank you, Mr. Selimovic, for joining us today. To begin, could you please share how the collaboration between your respective police department in Bosnia and Herzegovina has been essential in addressing TFGBV and highlight some of the key lessons learned from coordinating across jurisdictional efforts in tackling these crimes. Now your turn.
Hello and good morning to all. My name is Vedran Selmovic. I'm a cybercrime investigator in Department for Combating Computer Crime in Directorate of Federal Police of Bosnia and Herzegovina with 4 years of experience in current position. So yesterday in session 3, my colleague Dragana from Ministry of Interior of Republika Srpska described police system in Bosnia and Herzegovina. So due to the time limit, I won't repeat it. Just a briefly reminder that in our country, we have police agencies on the state and entity level. The Directorate of Federal Police of Bosnia and Herzegovina handles the most complex investigation, focusing on organized crime, terrorism, corruption, money laundering, drug trafficking, and computer crime. So as a cybercrime investigators, we are facing with all types of computer crime and crime related to internet, as it is TFGBV. The Directorate of Federal Police has recognized the increasing threat of digital violence, and in September this year is established the Department for Combating Computer Crime with 3 specialized teams. This new department, supported by the Government of Federation, Ministry of Financial Federation, is currently recruiting personnel. However, additional equipment and education of police officers in the field of cybercrime investigation is needed. Federal Police Administration actively works to prevent online sexual abuse and violence against children, ensuring their protection in the digital environment. It has been initiated the safety of children in the digital environment in Federation, strategic program and action plan to combat violence against children in the digital environment. Also, successful cooperation with police agency on the international level is established through police channels of Interpol and Europol. Police cooperation in Bosnia and Herzegovina focus is on establishing cooperation and exchanging information with law enforcement agencies through direct communication and joint meetings. The goal is to plan and implement joint investigation to protect children from sexual abuse and exploitation in digital environments. So these are some of the successful international joint actions involving Directorate of Federal Police and Ministry of Internal Affairs of Republika Srpska. This is operation just 2 days before, and it's arrested for suspect for pornography. So cooperation between police agencies and NGOs is essential in combating online violence, as victims often trust NGOs more due to their long-standing support efforts. NGOs frequently serve as the first point of contact for victims, providing necessary assistance and support in reporting online violence. Through joint efforts and information sharing, the police and NGOs can more effectively identify and investigate cases, increasing the chances of timely intervention and protection for victims. So this case exemplifies cross-sectoral cooperation, wherein the unknown person contact the NGO's SOS helpline Blue Phone. Subsequently, the information was relayed to the police forces, who promptly took action and identified the perpetrator. So these are the most common forms of online violence in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Hate speech is on the first place. The portal clicks.ba is the most popular internet portal in Bosnia and Herzegovina with the possibility of commenting. So this portal also this year include artificial intelligence in their system to prevent hate speech. The prevalence of digital violence is evident in users' tactics to evade artificial intelligence detections, such as replacing letters with special characters, highlighting that while artificial intelligence has advanced, it still cannot fully eradicate hate speech, but helps mitigate its impact and visibility online. And some other examples of cyber violence in Bosnia and Herzegovina, also cyberbullying, cyber stalking, identity theft, revenge porn, grooming. I have to admit that we receive complaints about some of the mentioned forms of cyber violence almost every day. But in Federation of Bosnia and Herzegovina, where the circumstances of the report cannot be described by law in terms of psychological violence, nor a crime committed because of gender, an additional condition needs to be met, such as blackmail or safety threat, which are prescribed by the criminal code. In most cases, online violence under TF-GBV remains uncriminalized due to the lack of the legal provisions. Some of the future challenges in combating cyber violence on the internet in the future. So increased use of encryption and privacy tools. Emergence of new technology, AI and deepfakes. Talk about yesterday. Expanding dark web and anonymity networks. Rapid growth of social media platforms and online communities. Challenges in the digital forensic and evidence collection. So addressing these challenges requires coordinated efforts among governments, technology companies, law enforcement agencies, NGOs, and the public, including updating legal frameworks, investing in new technologies, enhancing information cooperation, and prioritizing education of all participants to raise awareness about the risk of cyber violence. Thank you.
Mr. Selimovic, thank you for your valuable speech. And now we will turn to another speakers. The Alexander Stoilevsky, the Assistant Minister of Interior for Information Technology and Telecommunication in North Macedonia, who has extensive experience in managing IT systems and the security solutions for the Ministry of Interior. Thank you. Now your turn.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you for opportunity to speak today. My name is Alexander Stoilevsky. I came from Macedonia, and I will presenting on innovate collaboration between technology firms and the Ministry of Interior Affairs of Macedonia. Aimed and tracking TFGBV, this collaboration has probably essential and addressing a growing and urgent issue: the abuse and exploitation of women and marginalized groups through the digital platforms. Technology has transformed the way we live, but it has also opened new doors for gender-based violence, including online harassment, cyber attacking, and exploitation of women via digital technology. This North Macedonia has developed a collaboration model that harnesses the power of both technology and law enforcement, authorized to detect, prevent, and respond to incidents of TFGBV. The project, titled Granting Electronic Evidence with a reference to gender-based violence against the woman on the internet, represent a multi-stakeholder collaboration between public institutions, technology companies, and international service provider. Public sector partners, Ministry of Interior, the Sector for Computer Crimes, and the Part for Forensic Investigation, section of Digital Forensic, have played instrumental role in grading digital evidence, security data, and investigate online abuse. Computer crime units at the Sector for Internal Affairs, regional police units have provided critical support for on-the-ground enforcement and investigation, ensure that the data collected can be used in legal procedure. A basic public prosecutor office, the public prosecutor office working against the public prosecutor office for prosecuting organized crime and corruption, ensure that the collect evidence is proceed and utilized effectively in justice systems. Private sector partners, telecommunication operators have been critical in helping tracking communication data such as call records, text message, and location data, which are essential for identity preparators and understanding the scope of abuse. Internet service providers have assisting identify digital footprints, IP address, and other relevant information that can link preparators to online abuse. International tech partners, meta platforms. These platforms have collaborated by sharing data and providing tools to help us to track incidents of harassment, stalking, and non-consensual image sharing. The apps Twitter, uh, TikTok, Viber, Telegram, these international platforms can also support efforts to gather digital evidence, ensuring that perpetrators cannot escape justice simply by using cross-border digital communication tools. The use of advanced technology to render or process electronic evidence of TFGBV is the essential of this collaboration. The role of technology is combating these types of crime is crucial as enables use to identity patterns of abuse, tracking perpetrators, and provide victims with these tools. They need to report incident security, digital forensic tools. The projects having digital forensic tools to collect evidence from online platforms, including social media, message apps, and websites where abuse may occur. These tools enable us to trace perpetrators' action online, retrieving the leaked connect, and analyze the metadata of image and message. Monitoring tracking system, real-time monitoring. The collaboration has developed a system that tracking incidents of cyber attacking, harassment, and exploitation. By using these tools, we can early detect dangerous patterns of behavior and attack to prevent escalation. Automated alerts. These systems send automated alerts to law enforcement authorities when abuse is detected, enabling them to respond swiftly and effectively. Security reporting platforms. A secure and reporting platform has development to allow victims of TFGBV to report incident safety. These platforms integrate directly with law enforcement authorities, ensuring that reports are investigated and promptly. The platforms provides victims with access immediately support service, including consumer legal aid and protection. Given the sensitive nature of the data being collected, it's crucial that this project operates with the strict legal and regulation framework to individuals' rights and ensure of the evidence. Uh, Ahead to national legal frameworks, all aspects of the projects are aligned with North Macedonia's law, data protection, gender-based violence, and crime justice. This includes strict protocols for collecting, storing, and clothing digital evidence to ensure its ensemble in the court. International standard. The project also designed to comply with international regulations such as gender data protection regular, ensuring that the privacy of the victims and integrity of data are protected during the evidence grading process. Partnership with the international tech companies are regulate legal agreements which ensure compliance with both local international laws, facilitate cross-border data sharing and cooperation. The basic public prosecutor office ensure that the evidence collected through these digital forensic methods can be used in a court proceeding. This includes verify the authentication of data and ensure the property legal procedures are followed at every stage investigation. Challenges. International uses all of main challenge we have faced in this international nature of the online platforms where preparates maybe operate from outside North Macedonia. However, our international partnership with the global tech companies have helped over this challenge by enabling securing data sharing and international cooperation. Data concerns balancing the need for evidence collect with privacy protection is always a delicate task. We ensure that follow strict legal protocols to safeguard these rights of individuals while granting evidence. Effective evidence collection to use of digital forensic tools has led to the successful collection of evidence that has used in both preventive action and legal proceeding. This has increased to effective on investigation and help hold the preparation account victims and this secure reporting platforms has allowed victims to TFGBV to come forward without fear of reactivation. It has also provided victims with access to legal psychology support, which is critical in addressing the trauma online abuse. A strong legal framework to collaboration with help refine legal frameworks and protocols around digital evidence, making easier to prosecute case of TGBV and ensure justice is served. Further direction, we are looking ahead. We plan to expand collaboration. We aim to bring more technology companies and service providers into the fold of expand the scope of our evidence getting capability. Real-time we will continue to improve real-time detection and response systems to prevent incidents of online abuse. They escalate in more serious forms of violence. International advocacy and cooperation giving nature of TFGBV, we will future signature of international collaboration with law enforcement authorities, tech companies, and global organizations to ensure an UNFO global response to this use. Thank you for.
Thank you, Mr. Stoilevsky. Thank you for your wonderful speech. Now, our next speaker is Khaleda Begum. She is a superintendent of police in Bangladesh. With a background in computer science, Khaleda leads the police cyber support team for women unit in Dhaka. Her work focuses on providing vital legal and technological assistance to female victims of cyber violence, coordinating with the police units and the stakeholders to ensure actions on each case. Recently, honored with the Bangladeshi Police Medal, Khaleda brings invaluable insight into protecting women and the children from cyber violence. Ms. Begum, would you please provide the overview of how the Bangladesh police have structured the support system for female victims of cyber violence and how you ensure your safety, how you ensure their safety and anonymity throughout reporting processes. Now your turn.
Thank you, and good morning to all. Police Cyber Support for Women was established in November 2020, only for addressing the cyber violence against women. In Bangladesh, there is no separate cybercrime unit to handle. So the field level police officers has to work on both traditional and cybercrime and both. So to support and to address the cyber violence against women, this service desk was established, and all the police officers working in this desk was female police officers, and it is based in the police headquarters, so that we can support the whole countries. Here, the female women and girls contact the desk through a hotline number, email address, and a dedicated Facebook page. When they contact us, if we need, we call them to our hotline number so that they can discuss their issues with us. And often we see that the female victims, they could not understand where to report and what to do. And even they did not want to share their problems to their parents or friends. They feel ashamed or fear of being blamed. So this talking or discussing their problems, they somehow get a relief. We find that as women, I can feel that. And then if based on their problem, they are given technological advice or legal advice, whatever they need. And sometimes we provide them technological assistance. For many times we need to, most of the cases we say that their contents or that is sophisticated and sensitive are published in the social media. So if it is that or in the websites, we need to report to the concerned authority to take down. In Bangladesh, Bangladesh Telecommunication Regulatory Authority is a commission is there to take down any content. So we have to report to that, we have to collaborate with them to take down any content from the internet. And if the victim needs any legal support and wants to take any legal action, we coordinate with the police station where so that the victims can lodge the case without feeling any uncomfortable situation, and her privacy is, and the concerned police unit is directed so that their privacy is not hampered, and it is maintained only need to know basis. And also we provide technological assistance to the investigating officers, because the investigating officer need to be, we know that cybercrime investigation requires collection of data, analyzing it, and at lots of times, sometimes you need to use technological tools. So we provide those assistance to the investigating officer so that the perpetrator is detected as early as possible, and the investigation procedure is, the problem is solved as early as possible. For that, we coordinate with the concerned social media or messaging networking sites authorities to get the data. We contact the telecom operator, the ISPs, and many times the financial units to get the data to find the perpetrator. After analyzing and detecting the perpetrator, we we collaborate with the investigating officer and the concerned uh, police unit of the area of that perpetrator, because in cybercrime, most of the cases the victim is in one place and the perpetrator is in another place. So this after coordinating, the legal procedure is legal action is taken against the accused, and this is the simple workflow of our work. And not only that, sometimes not only the victim, sometimes the investigating officers of the police stations contact us for getting legal assistance. So for getting any directions in their cases, and we provide them also technological assistance. And if I cite an example, that last month this person was arrested, a female victim who contacted us and saying that she was being blackmailed for last 1.5 years. Her Facebook account was compromised, and her sensitive pictures was used by the hacker to get the money. And she and her boyfriend was already gave him $500,000 money within last 1.5 year. After getting those information, we inquired and investigated and identified the perpetrator and coordinated with CID, Cyber Investigation Department in our country. They have a good cybercrime cell with skilled police officer. So CID took over the case and apprehended the perpetrator, and it was found that the hacker had more than 22 girls' sensitive pictures with which he was blackmailing the girls. And similarly, this was the case in last year where the perpetrator was harassing girls by morphing their pictures and publishing them in the Facebook, and he was asking for their more intimate pictures and come to the video call with for unwanted sexual activities. And here the girls were mostly from the schools and the colleges, and they did not, and their parents did not want to take any legal action. So the police there itself investigated the case and apprehended him, and found that the perpetrator had more than 50 Facebook accounts in his electronic devices with which he was harassing the girls. Those were also more than 50 girls. What should I say? Because for each girl, he was using one Facebook account. And for this pervasive nature, and thus we actually help. And after not only providing technological assistance for the detection, we monitored those cases so that the investigation is report is submitted to the court as early as possible without any delay. This is same another case. And police cyber support for women also work with different NGOs and legal aid organizations, UNDPs like UN organizations and educational institutes for raising cyber awareness program. We often engage in different online and offline programs, workshops and seminars for raising cyber awareness, because to tackle the cyber violence against women, cyber awareness is a crucial thing, we believe. And the challenges, it has already been discussed by few of our participants, that I feel that social media authority, because most of the in most of the cases the networking sites and social media platforms are used mainly to perpetrate. So the social media authority has a crucial role in take down the content and providing data, supporting us to the law enforcement agencies to apprehend the perpetrator. and we expect more and uh, uh, prompt response from them. The police officers need to be trained regularly with updated technological tools and techniques to tackle the cybercrime. And we need a comprehensive separate policy for handling digital evidence in criminal justice system. Because if we go to the traditional system, the female victims have sensitive pictures, and it is one of the reasons they don't want to take any legal action, because they feel uncomfortable that their sensitive pictures will be shown and discussed among the in the court. So I think these are the case, and I believe that to handle the TF-GBV, we should have a knowledge sharing platform, and the organization like UNDP and other organization can bridge us among the other law enforcement agencies and other CSOs, so that we can have a knowledge sharing and best practices option. It is a global platform and global problem, and everyone in every country, the harassment forms, violence against women are the same form. So to tackle this, we need a centralized global platform to share it all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Begum, for your valuable speech. Now let's address the audience for any interventions by discussants, questions, or comments from international partners, NGOs, or country representatives. Take any questions from the audience, whether from in-person attendees or online participants. If there are any questions, I will invite our discussant. First, I would like to invite Ms. So-yeon Lee, Vice President, Korean Women Lawyers Associations, to share her insights and ask any questions for the panelists. Ms. Lee, you have 4 minutes. Now your turn.
First of all, thank you very much to our 4 presenters for really preparing to give an excellent presentation. We were able to hear about the TF-GBV prevention and victim support ongoing in different countries. I'd like to talk about the issue of deletion, or a question about deleting these materials. So the victims of these crimes, of course, they want punishment of the perpetrators, but I think the biggest demand is on deletion of these materials from online. So to Ha Jin-hwa from Kakao, this was briefly mentioned earlier during her presentation. So let me ask you first, Ha Jin-hwa. So when there is a request from the Korea Commission, KCSC, then the company may decide to delete these materials. So when the victim becomes aware of the incident, and when there is that request and actual deletion that happens, there's going to be some time gap between the two events. And so is there any way to continue to screen the materials online? So do you have cases where the KCSC or any other agency will continue to have constant monitoring to ask companies like Kakao to delete even before a victim has reported the case? So, and also to the other presenters from other countries, with regards to support for deletion of these materials, what types of measures, what types of support are you providing to address this issue of deleting the materials? So first of all, maybe we can start from Ha Jin-hwa from Kakao. As you mentioned, we have the Korea Communications Standards Commission, KCSE, with whom we closely collaborate. So we do manage these illegal contents and harmful contents on a constant basis. However, there is that issue of self-regulation that we need to abide by also. So when it is very clearly a violation or very clearly a crime, then we delete it immediately. But then if this is like a gray area case, then KCSE does have a database which serves as the foundation for, or serves as a criteria for comparing whether this requires deletion or not. And there's always that hotline that is always on, and so the users can use the hotline to ask for requests to confirm whether this is a harmful material or not. So we do have that process in place that we follow on an ongoing basis. And you can visit our site to look at the current trends and the exact numbers as well. So you can say that within 24 hours, I mean, when you get a request, so within 24 hours, you do take a measure. Do you take the deletion step? Well, it's case by case, but then I will have to check on what will be the average time it takes for the deletion to happen after the initial report.
Another comments? Okay.
Can you hear me? We have communication with social media platforms through the communication channels, and we can, when the victim comes to us, we can ask them to remove some content, but they already have some algorithms to recognize if the child abused materials, so they remove by automatically. And some other cases we have, I have cases where the victim was published on the porn site, and they have their own they also can remove those kind of content, but some of these platforms are connected to the other. So, for example, if the video appears on one platform, is automatically distributed to maybe 20 another platforms. So you have to, each of these platforms, ask them to remove the content. And some of the platforms have hash recognition. So if they recognize the video or picture by hash value, they can automatically delete from all these platforms. But we, as a police officer, we only can ask them to do that. Thank you.
Any other person?
Yeah,
Okay.
the similar procedure in our country also. We will do the same. We report to the social media authority or websites. And as you said, that the challenge is that some of them agree to delete, some of them don't. Sometimes say that about the policy, not agreeing. It is a challenge of taking down the contents. And sometimes we report to the NECMEC on CyberTip for the child exploitation cases. And the same procedure, as a police, we have to report every platforms.
Okay. And now I would like to invite Mrs. So Yeon Park, the manager, Non-Proliferation Division, Digital Sex Crime Contents Review Bureau, Korean Communication Standard Commission. Ms. Park, you have the 4 minutes for your intervention and any questions for the panelists. Now your turn.
Hello, thank you, Professor Kwok, and thank you. Good morning to you all. I think this is a perfect timing for me to step in and to add the discussion because I am from KCSE, Korea Communication Standards Commission, a media content regulator here in South Korea that enforce content removal. And to answer Ms. Lee's question and also build on Ms. Ha's point made earlier, if there is any content in question that falls in the gray area, the victim support center or the relevant entities usually or the industry members usually forward the case to us so that we can convene the meeting by the commissioners who are appointed by the President of Korea to look into the content and to determine its illegality or legality. And after the determination is done, what we do is we enforce the content removal, or we sometimes request the blockage of the content to Korea. And also we enforce the user account cancellation and user account suspension, for the sake of Korean people. And after all this procedure, what we do is to stop the further reproduction of the same already flagged content by the KCSC. What we do is, under the Korean law, we build a hash database on what we call digital sex crime content, and then we distribute it to the industry members who have physical presence here in Korea, including Google, Meta, TikTok. And then I will, yes. Actually, I kind of prepared a little points that I wanted to make, after attending yesterday's conference, because I think nobody has mentioned yet the Korea's efforts to combat online harms, which began in 1992 with the entity called Korea Internet Safety Commission. So we have a very long history of regulating media content here in Korea. But as a democratic country that values freedom of speech and expression, we recognize the need for a balanced regulatory framework. So that's why in 2008, we created KCSE as an independent statutory body that regulates media content. Alongside the KCC, Korea Communications Commission, to look into media services from the government side. And another point that I really wanted to make is that in Korea, we do have the terminology, we do have the definition to refer to this crime such as TFGBV. We use the term digital sex crimes to describe a wide range of technology facilitated online abuse and harassment, including TFGBV, NCII, child sexual abuse material, which is often referred to as CSAM, and deepfakes. And this terminology reflects the advocacy-led approach. It was first used by the advocates here in Korea, and the whole nation just adopted the term, and we use it, then on, to focus on the broad and often complex nature of these crimes. And lastly, I really want to briefly mention our role, KCSC's role, because we do play, I do believe that we play a critical role in addressing these harms, such as TFGBV. How we function, how we work here in Korea is we receive the reports from the public, directly from the public, law enforcement, from police officers and victim support centers, and our in-house monitoring system, which is both by human reviewers and AI technology. Within 24 hours, we identify and determine illegal or harmful content, issue takedown notices, and build hash database with our review results, and distribute it among the industry players here in Korea so as to stop the further reproduction of the same already flagged content by the KCSC. And to meet these demands, we have staff members working 24/7 to protect our citizens, and as well as as I briefly mentioned at the beginning of my talk, that we do convene electronic meetings, commissioners meeting, where the commissioners who are appointed by the President of Korea to determine legality or illegality of the content and enforce takedown. So here you might wonder, that Korea has the law, regulation system in place, and we even have the hash database on digital sex crime content. We even, and by under Korean law, we are obligating industry player to take it and make use of it. We have these efforts, but we still face challenges. Because I believe removing content is only part of the solution. Legal loopholes, as was mentioned yesterday, allow bad actors to hide behind foreign hosting servers or operate platforms that do not meet the legal criteria for regulation here in Korea. And perhaps most importantly, as Ms. Begum pointed out, this issue and the ecosystem that surrounds it is global. For example, last year, Korean police arrested a suspect involving in online financial extortion who was living in Australia. So there is a bad actor who are living in living in Australia, abusing Korean citizens. So this is a global problem, and recognizing these limitations, Korean law mandates KCSE to pursue international collaboration. My role focuses on building relationship with global platforms that affect Korean users and advocating for content removal where our domestic law falls short. So over the years, we've established trusted partnerships with foreign companies like Telegram, Discord, and OnlyFans. And these collaborations have created direct communication channels for takedown requests and incorporated our hash database to prevent already flagged materials from resurfacing. So I just wanted to highlight that our relationship with Telegram, formalized in September, stands out as a success and a good example. And then you can learn more about it from the position statement, our recently released position statement that has been circulated on this morning. So, but even with these efforts, I believe cooperation remains the missing piece. So effective prevention and enforcement require partnership that transcends borders and jurisdictions, as we've been talking about since yesterday. So these leads me to my question for the panel. So what strategies have you found most effective in fostering meaningful and sustained cooperation between governments, regulators, industry, and civil society? And how can we ensure these partnerships address both immediate challenges and the long-term prevention of technology-facilitated gender-based violence and more? So yes, that's in Korea. I believe we learned that while technology, law, and regulation is critical and are critical, human collaboration and shared responsibility are what truly drive impactful change. So I hope, I am so much looking forward to hearing your answers. And thank you very much for inviting me to speak today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Park, for your valuable comments and explanations. Now we have just a few minutes, maybe 3 minutes. Is there any question? Okay, yeah, go ahead.
I added my comment because I just checked, and when the user decides to use the hotline making a complaint, temporary response will have to be made within 5 business days, not 24 hours. So I made a mistake, and I'm sorry. And such process and the result of the process will have to be shared within a month. So basically temporary response within the 5 business days, and the results to be shared within a month. Thank you.
그러면 5일이
So are you saying 5 days is maximum? So 5 business days is maximum? Yes.
Now we have just 2 minutes. Is there any questions? Go ahead. Who has? Yeah.
Hi, I'm Claire from Young Women in Seoul office. My question is for Ms. Jinha Hwa. So one of the measures that the online service providers or tech companies can take to prevent TF-GBV is safety by design. So it was brought up yesterday's discussion, from the yesterday's discussion. And I was wondering if Kakao is adopting this approach to sort of embedding the safety features from the outset and from the design of the applications and online products and services. How is Kakao incorporating that?
Thank you for an interesting question. So I think that really touches the core of what a tech company should do, because safety by design means you think about, you consider human rights from the very beginning of AI or any digital service development. And not only focused on gender-based violence, I think we do have principles clearly indicating human rights matters. And this is also stated in the AI statement that we have on our website. So I work with the group tech ethics team, and what I do usually is to delve into the principles and try to embed human rights as a principle, but also think how we can apply and as you've mentioned, design the product and service safely from the very beginning of the very beginning stage. We have this, I cannot specifically mention here in detail what kind of tools we use, what kind of applications we are trying out. But what I could say is we are in this process of setting different stages of AI development, and then and trying to match according principles into each stages of AI development. And we internally, we do have a tool to self-assess before the service launch. We do use that checklist to assume and also validate that we are providing safe services to the users. So that's what I can broadly cover for your question. Thank you.
Now, I'm sorry, because we have just a time limit, and that we have just one more question.
Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you so much. I also want to ask a question on the prevention side, whether any of the panelists in your countries have experiences of cooperating, for instance, with mobile network companies or cell phone providers, because we talked a lot yesterday about the fact that almost like 80% of the perpetrators of crime of this kind is underage, while the victims are, 90% of the victims are underage. So just as we require driver's licensing in order to drive a car because it can cause a harm to somebody else, I mean, it just comes to us naturally when we talk about prevention that we need to do certain, required education and sensitization of some of the ramifications of illegal actions and why not. So I'm just wondering whether there's any cases of sort of, cooperating with mobile networks or cell phone companies in your companies so that we can institutionalize prevention efforts and education, particularly for the minors.
Yeah, Mrs. Park, would you please give us a speech?
Thank you for the question. So at KCSC, what we do is we just began speaking to Apple and Samsung about our efforts together to protect children online, because as you mentioned, we believe there's so much that they can contribute in terms of protecting children and to protect our citizens across the globe. But nothing hasn't come out yet to share. But I just wanted to mention that there is an appetite, coming from the industry, coming from the mobile operators as well, as well as SNS, the service providers and platform providers, because as you mentioned, they can contribute so much, in protecting children and citizens online. So, thank you.
Now it's time to close our session. Thank you for your participation and the cooperation. Bye.
Thank you very much, our moderator and presenters and discussants. So with this, we conclude session 5. Once again, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to Professor Kwok and all the speakers for sharing their valuable insights, as well as to all the participants for their attentive listening and active engagement. Thank you very much. That was a meaningful discussion about the importance of collaboration between government, regulators, the private sector, and civil society in addressing technology-facilitated GBV. It was truly inspiring to hear about their effective practices, efforts, and challenges and innovative approaches that they are carrying out to strengthening these partnerships. So our speakers shared some invaluable insights, and your engagement really added depth to the conversation. Big thank you to our presenter and discussants for the thoughtful questions and contributions for the session 5. And we are about to begin the next session, which will be the final session of the program. So, may I kindly invite the moderator and speakers for session 6 to join us on stage. Please join me up on the stage for session 6. So, as I mentioned, we now have arrived at our final session. And over the course of 5 sessions, we had an insightful discussion since yesterday. And I ask you your continuous participation and support for the final session. So please join me up on the stage for final session. And this session will be moderated by Ms. Kuro Week from UNDP. So may I ask our moderator for session 6? Thank you. Please take your seat. So we are getting ready for the session 6. So for the meantime, yes, please feel free to have refreshments ready at the back, and please take your seat.
Okay, everybody. 1 minute.
So please take your seat. We are going to have the session 6, and I ask your active participation till the very end. So please enter the hall and take your seats. Thank you very much. And now I'm going to give the microphone to our moderator, please.
Thank you. And welcome to the last session. We will talk about the engagement of civil society. And I think over these yesterday, today, we have talked a lot about the multi-stakeholder partnerships that needs to be established to address the complexity of TFGBV. And this session, we will delve into how civil society can play a role. We know that they are playing an important role already in terms of raising awareness, but also to advocate for change. They're also at the front line of providing services to survivors.
So we have an interesting panel here today, combining independent researchers, UNDP colleagues, also civil society members, and two discussants from Korea. So Alan, you'll go first. Alan is currently a researcher with UNDP. He is a gender specialist with over 20 years of experience in addressing masculinity, violence, and oppression. He's a skilled trainer and a facilitator and a co-founder of the Challenging Male Supremacy Project. And you will tell us about, or you will give us an overview of the role of civil society and the vital role that they're playing, both in their advocacy role, but also awareness raising, and also some of the challenges that they're facing in terms of addressing TFGBV. Alan?
Thanks, Guru. Morning, everyone, and thanks everyone for being with us, and thank you for the opportunity to present to you. I'm going to share a few points on the different roles that CSOs have been playing and should be playing in relation to TFGBV. And I think the first thing to say is that it's important to set some contexts for this. And the first point I would make is that civil society is under attack in many countries. So when we think about the civil society role in relation to TFGBV, part of our policy effort must be about defending civil society itself. We're living through a period of increased authoritarianism and weaponized misogyny. I live in the US, so I'm very familiar with those trends, which are accelerating rapidly. Fundamentalism and extremism in different countries, corporate capture, are all affecting civil society's ability to operate, and particularly targeting feminist and LGBTI activists. So we have data on attacks on women's and LGBTI activists in 67 countries. 75% have been threatened or abused because of their activism. And a lot of that abuse is technology facilitated. So when we're asking civil society to be involved in addressing TFGBV, we have to recognize that civil society is being attacked by using TFGBV. And we have more data there in terms of women journalists also under attack. So thinking about ways in which we can protect and defend the rights of civil society to be expressing their political opinions is an important aspect of this work on TFGBV. So there's a quote there from the Global Partnership around the threat of gender disinformation to a healthy political and civil society. I think we also need to recognize the funding challenges that civil society faces. So it was estimated in 2022 that only 0.2% of $204 billion of overseas development assistance was spent on GBV. And only 5% of that went to civil society organizations. So I think we've been talking across the conference so far in terms of we want civil society to do this, we want civil society to do that, but they need the money, right? So we need to be thinking about how we resource people to be doing the work that we want them to do. And we do want them to do it. So the Pact for the Future does make an explicit statement about the role of civil society institutions needing to be protected from any intimidation and reprisals, both online and offline. But again, we need to be resourcing them to be able to do that. So the other key point I want to make as well is when we think about civil society roles, the essential role that civil society organizations play in as policy actors, so in policy advocacy. This is an overview of the Association for Progressive Communications, which is a global network of civil society organizations working on tech justice. You can see that they're working in many regions with many different areas of expertise. And when we think about we've heard about the policy challenges of responding to TFGBV being transnational, not just confined within the national space, then global networks of civil society organizations are going to be critical to responding to that transnational challenge. So CSOs have been crucial in setting policy agendas. In 2022, the World Wide Web Foundation organized a global CSO consultation and identified a number of problems in terms of the tech sector itself, which needed to be addressed. So they're setting a reform agenda for the tech sector that needs to be focused on. Other work has been done outlining a set of policy principles that should guide policy development. So the End Cyber Abuse Collective, Global Collective of Lawyers and Human Rights Activists, specified these 7 principles for survivor-centric intersectional policy to tackle TFGBV. So that a lot of great work is already being done by civil society groups, both in terms of setting policy agendas, identifying policy principles. We heard yesterday from Hira Hussain from Chain about Chain's work with and by survivors of TFGBV. Well, Chain is also doing campaigning for system reform. So Wendy talked about, the broken systems yesterday. We need to be thinking about how we reform these systems. Chain is one of a number of CSOs developing concrete proposals for system reform in terms of alternative business and governance models, the value of open source technologies, although it's not a panacea, but thinking about the liberatory potential of open source technologies, and then challenging the tech sector itself to be developing diverse, inclusive teams and management structures. We also heard yesterday about all the work that's been done around gathering data through eMonitor Plus, etc. This is a report by the Media Development Foundation in Georgia. So I won't say too much more about that, but clearly data is crucial to good policy development, and CSOs have a key role to play in data collection. I also won't say too much more about this because we've already been talking about this in terms of CSO police collaborations with contact with survivors, support to investigation, institutional reform and sectoral coordination. There's a quote here from UNDP Bangladesh about the work with CSOs and police there, but we've already heard from Khaleda just now, so I won't spend too much more on that. Thinking about prevention, I think it's really important that we think kind of complexly about the range of work that might be involved in trying to prevent TFGBV. So this is a quote from Monica Alleman from the Ford Foundation and Jack S.M. Key from the Numun Fund. Jack Key is a longtime feminist activist in the tech justice space. So they say, while most efforts to counter TFGBV focus on responses, a feminist approach to prevent the violence must shift the power dynamics embedded in the design, development, and deployment and delivery of technologies. So how do we shift the power dynamics? We need to close the gender digital divide. International Telecommunication Union identified 4 main gender gaps, which ensure that online spaces and tech companies themselves remain very masculinized spaces. So if we want to demasculinize those spaces, we need to be addressing these gaps. And some of the work, so a CSO in Colombia, Civics, is doing digital literacy skills training with students and teachers of all genders, but particularly focusing on girls in schools so that they can be dealing with the abuse that they're facing. We need to be challenging impunity and normalization, telling stories about the ways in which women and different groups of women are targeted by TFGBV. We need to be developing prevention tools. These are a set of tools developed by activists from Latin America and the Caribbean called Ciberseguras. You can see the range of different kinds of tools they're developed. We need to be, CSOs play a role in demanding prevention by design. So we talked about tech sector safety by design. Well, sometimes there needs to be pressure on the tech sector to do that. And this is a report by the Center for Countering Digital Hate, which pushed Instagram to reform its algorithms. And finally, on prevention, I think we really need to think much more about how we're working with men and boys. So the Men Engage Alliance, global network of organizations doing gender equality work with men and boys, beginning now to pay more attention to talking with men and boys about, what are they attracted to in the manosphere? So if the manosphere is this online ecology of men's rights sites and groups? What are the emotional and informational needs that the manosphere is meeting for, or they think are being met for by those men and boys? So we need to have those conversations. There's a really interesting work being done by Tales of Turning, a South African NGO, which is actually using some of those AI monitoring tools that we talked about yesterday to identify misogynistic tweets, and they then have trained facilitators, dialogue facilitators, who engage in a dialogue with the tweeter. And they, using this truth query methodology, which is kind of non-judgmental dialogue about developing critical thinking to challenge disinformation and incitements to violence, they're having that in near real time, right? So that they're not just waiting for the incident to happen and then figuring out how to address it afterwards. They're trying to engage men in conversations online in real time about their misogynistic speech. I did have more on survivor support, but I think my colleagues are going to say more about that. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan, and thank you all for outlining some of the challenges that civil society organizations are facing these days. So it's a pleasure to also introduce the next speaker, Martin Nawzeski. You're a project manager at UNDP North Macedonia, and you hold experience in human rights, gender equality, and security. Martin has worked extensively on gender-based violence issues throughout his career, and he's currently managing the project on TFGBV in North Macedonia, and in collaboration with the Republic of Korea. So Martin, you will tell us a little bit about the experience in North Macedonia and some of the interesting strategies that your office is implementing to help people to identify and understand TFGBV. You will also share with us some of the tools that you're using and you have used in North Macedonia, and some of the strategies that has contributed to early intervention and support for victims. Martin, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Guro. Let me begin with a brief context on my country. So I don't know, I wanted to ask how many of you know where actually North Macedonia is, by a raise of hands. Okay. North Macedonia is a small landlocked country in Southeast Europe, which was previously part of Yugoslavia. As a member of the Council of Europe and candidate for membership in the European Union, North Macedonia adheres to most global and European documents on human rights and has an adequate legal structure for helping citizens address gender-based violence. In my country, we have conducted a comprehensive analysis of the legislation and current situation of TFGBV. The analysis served as a primary guiding document for the activities conducted within our projects, as well as for planning further interventions. One of the key findings is that 60% of the respondents have faced any or several types of digital gender-based violence. Women are disproportionately affected by TFGBV and want to share their experiences. As you can see on the slides, around 20% have experienced TFGBV once, 30% have experienced it 2 to 4 times, and 20% have experienced it 5 to 10 times. As part of the analysis, we recognize that the population in North Macedonia is generally not familiar with the term of TFGBV. The majority of respondents do not know what the term means, but also what gender-based violence in the digital sphere entails. We understood that the first step to strengthening prevention is actually making the public recognize TFGBV in all of its forms. Several years ago, a popular criminal case called Public Room involved publishing explicit videos and images of women and girls in a Telegram group with over 6,000 members. The case was the first occurrence of publicly known TFGBV, which significantly sensitized the public. However, we had several more cases after this, but interest in the topic gradually subsided, and today little is said about the project and how to overcome it. The awareness-raising campaigns that we are implementing have three objectives. The first objective is to help the public understand TFGBV, so they know what it entails and what are the dangers of this type of crime. Then to help the public prevent TFGBV through self-protection activities and measures. And finally, to help the public report TFGBV once it occurs, so that it is effectively sanctioned by law enforcement agencies. To do this, we had to start off slow. As I said, this is not a topic that is familiar in North Macedonia. So in 2023, we developed a forum theater play titled Condemned during the 16 Days of Activism campaign. You can see here a photo of the forum theater, which was shown in 2 cities of the country to a large and diverse audience that prompted an engaging and fruitful discussion on the topic. However, the main activities are organized in 2024. As part of our project, we planned a comprehensive social media campaign aimed at preventing the dangers of TFGBV, primarily targeting young people. The campaign slogan is "Online violence leaves scars too." The primary goal of the campaign is to raise public awareness on the presence of gender-based violence on the internet and to educate citizens how to prevent these cases. The campaign will contain numerous activities, including video series with 3 promotional videos. One of these was shown yesterday by Sofiane during his presentation. We have over 20 informative posts on social media. We have mobile reels with statements of public figures, including politicians and activists. Also, we are planning a guerrilla activity that will include showing of a movie on the topic. Several peer texts, stories, press releases, and TV interviews aimed at strengthening public awareness on TFGBV. I'm showing several of the informative posts on social media. For the small amount of people in the group who don't understand Macedonian, they mean, what is TFGBV? No one has the right to post your photos on the internet. 1 of 10 women are faced with TFGBV every day. And if you have ever faced this type of violence, report it in the police or at the official email, which is shown in the slide. The campaign is currently ongoing on social media channels of UNDP North Macedonia in collaboration with the Ministry of Interior. The communication benchmark of the campaign is for the slogan and the main hashtags to become a recognizable symbol of the fight against TFGBV, and for UNDP to be positioned as a relevant actor in the area. The campaign will continue until mid-December, hopefully reaching an even larger audience. The 2 remaining videos will be promoted in the following weeks, together with other aforementioned activities. We're also planning a public event on the 4th of December in order to promote the analysis and our achievement, with the goal of strengthening awareness on TFGBV during the 16 days activism campaign against gender-based violence. In brief, this is the work we have conducted for strengthening awareness and helping the public identify, prevent, and report cases of TFGBV. At this point, I would like to thank you for your kind attention, and I remain available for any questions.
Thank you, Martin, and thank you for also keeping track of the time. I think what you're mentioning in terms of also being mindful about the local context and to tailor the strategies accordingly, it's also an important aspect that we all need to think about. So we will now move to the next speaker, Dr. Margareta Hanita. You are the founder and director of Women and Children Resilience, working in Indonesia. Dr. Hanita has extensive experience in GBV advocacy and training, and she has dedicated her career to empowering service providers and law enforcement personnel in addressing GBV, including through her collaboration with UNDP and other international organizations. Dr. Hanita, you will share with us how your organization is working and being at the front line of GBV, how you also work to amplify voices of survivors in Indonesia, and how their experiences have helped to shape more effective responses to TFGBV. Dr. Hanita, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Guru. Hello, everyone. It has been an honor to be here. And I would like to introduce WCR, Women and Children Resilience, our foundation committed to strengthening the resilience of women and children and youth, of course, equipping them to adapt to challenging and uncertain situation and endure during crisis. And I would like to explain the TFGBV recent context in Indonesia. As we know very well, actually, according to National Commission on Violence Against Women, there were 4,129 case complaints from May 2022 to December 2023, with 2,766 of the most severe cases being TFGBV in Indonesia. It is increased after pandemic, actually. Furthermore, the Ministry of Women Empowerment and Child Protection reported also that the number of TFGBV in Indonesia continue to rise, with the children and youth are the most prevalent group of victims. The most cases, around 75, involve non-consensual, unconsensual, intimate content, and image-based sexual assault. And also, according to SafeNet, one of the foremost CSO on the FGBV monitoring. And according to this report, many complaints originate from Jakarta, where digital literacy and internet access are significantly higher than the remote area. However, in recent WCR, Indonesia's analysis of the Jakarta Regional Police Department case report, a total 9,035 cases were reported in the last 2 years, with approximately just 2% of the total is TFGBV. Therefore, we also believe that the number of data may be viewed as an iceberg phenomenon, with the actual data being higher than the reported one. Our multi-stakeholder collaboration initiative on preventing elimination TFGBV, we have our founder, most of our founder is a lecturer. So in addition, as we have a principle for dedicating our work to resilient women, youth, and children, we are always opening our door for every stakeholders. We have MOU with Jakarta Regional Police Department. We also have cooperation with Our Rescue Indonesia, and also migrant worker protection institution in raising awareness, and also work in we work campaign at school and universities about TFGBV, the development of a new guidebook for investigator, and implementation of the SOP, and training for investigator and frontliners in the police department. And we also cooperate with UNDP Indonesia and UNDP Seoul Policy Center and KNPA, as mentioned yesterday, by serving as a facilitator of the training of trainers, capacity building for women and protection unit and cyber unit investigator, and responding to the FGBV cases. During the session, TOT capacity building, we receive a lot of support, curiosity, and positive feedback from many high-ranking police officials about this exercise and likelihood of more similar activities taking place in Indonesia. This is our activity. And we also have other CSO initiatives on combating and preventing TFGBV. In Indonesia, we know the famous one is SafeNet, and SafeNet have annually a digital rights report. The ministry, media, and other CSOs frequently refer to SafeNet as a primary data monitoring stakeholder CSO on TFGBV. And SafeNet also have Awas KBGO, yeah, preventing campaign and case reporting website. And according to the SafeNet experience, in cases where victims do not feel comfortable reporting to the police, or where there is time constraint that prevents them from receiving victims assistance. And also there is What If Was You? Yeah, it is initiated in 2021 from a social and political student at University of Indonesia, where I also give lecture. They created an initiative to increase awareness to TFGBV with particular emphasis of survivor support and established of a cyber safe environment. They organize like a short films competition in partnership with a mobile provider, which earn 225,000 views. And total, TikTok generates hundreds of pieces of content and receive 74 million views. Yeah. This activity is also a form of resistance and supportive environment for the victims in social media. We name this program as Youth Resilience in Digital Era. This is other CSO initiative in combating prevention TFTPV. And we have significant challenges. The first of all, we have on the law enforcement capacity. The absence of professional capacity and inexperienced investigator who can manage the FGBV in the field of law enforcement, especially in Indonesian national police, of course. We also, based on our research, we found a unique discovery that frequent professional investigator in Indonesia who are frequently rotate to other units and replaced by non-experienced and trained personals. And also funding is limited. Of course, about and also forensic digital laboratorium is like on, and the problem is also the total number of female police officer are recruited is extremely low in Indonesia. And we also have a lesson learned. This is Ibu Endang Sri Lestari. She is head of Women and Children Protection Unit in Jakarta Police Department. She has a certified and consistently work with PPI unit and also a participant in the session, training session organized by UNDP. And I worked with her almost 15 years handling TFGBV, GBV and TFGBV. And as we frequently tell the victims and survivors, you cannot do alone. You have to trust the support, and we give the support. And we also have a multi-stakeholder collaboration, and we have experience when we handled Miss Universe Indonesia sexual harassment cases in 2023. This is 2 days before Miss Universe Indonesia's grand final performance. The finalists was told to do clothes fitting. They turned out of our body check routine and all recorded. And the victims have unequal power relation, and the finalists felt pressure to follow their direction, and all victims were humiliated, horrified, and uncomfortable, traumatized by shouting, and all recorded by camera and video, yeah, of course. And our organization lobbying the Minister of Women Empowerment to support, to give assistance to the all finalists report by the police, and also ensuring that the police and assistant team would have resources they needed to give easy access to justice. And I will give our recommendation. First of all, is increasingly accessibility to training and capacity building is our very important, our priority. And second is upholding, strengthening collaboration effort. And the third, ensuring the competency-based development of the new Indonesian National Police of Director of Women and Children Protection, especially for the female police officer skills. And the last is the minister must concentrate to enhancement of the new sexual violence crime, and that it occurs in the line with the trend of TF-GBV cases. And in conclusion, I will emphasize that, however, competency-based response to current cases, whether it be victims support, CSO campaigning, or police case management, is one of the primary issues we face. And it is evident that the most effective approach to address the escalating complexity TF-GBV cases is to engage in collaboration effort with government, law enforcement, CSO, and even communities. This include my remarks. Thank you. Back to you, Kiro.
Thank you, Dr. Hanita, for sharing how you're building platforms between civil society organizations and law enforcement, but also how you're working to advocate for more resources and more survivor-centered services. So now we will turn to our colleagues from Georgia. Yesterday, you heard about the experience with the eMonitor Plus, where you're trying to collect data and to understand TF-GBV, but you're also doing other interesting works. So we have Anna Lobhanadze. She's a gender advisor at UNDP Georgia, where she has been instrumental in achieving the Silver Gender Equality Seal, and you're advancing gender mainstreaming across programs. And we also have Mr. Robo Nadiratse, a project analyst at UNDP Georgia. He specialized in women's political participation, and Robo has led impactful initiatives, including through capacity building workshops for women in politics and the development of a chatbot to address gender-based violence in political discourse. And you will tell us a little bit about the work that you're doing with developing the chatbot and how it's being used and how it connects survivors to services.
Is it on? Yes. Thank you, my dear. It was really interesting version of my surname. It's okay. It's totally okay. Hello, everyone. It is truly my privilege to be here, and thanks for organizing such important event on technology facilitated gender-based violence, as this issue is not only a challenge, but a call to action that requires our joint efforts and innovative thinking. Violence against women is engaged in politics in Georgia is a widespread phenomenon, as it is in other countries mentioned today and yesterday. While modern technology is quickly developing, policy implementation and prevention is struggling to do so. And women are more at risk on digital platforms. TFGBV has created space for hate speech, harassment, misogynist and sexist language used against politically active women. And also I should highlight that activation of anti-gender groups and gender disinformation, which was also mentioned yesterday, is challenging. Unfortunately, there are several cases in Georgian context where politically active women, when leaking private life footages, have made these footages have made them to disappear from public life. Despite the efforts made in recent years in Georgia, we are still a country with significant low women's representation in politics and high level of violence against women. The political environment is equally contradictory for both women who are already engaged in politics and also for women who want to enter it. According to the latest data, 54% of women candidates have experienced physical, psychological, economic, or sexual violence and harassment during their election campaigns or political careers in Georgia. And sexist hate speech is often used against women politicians in social media, including attacks on their gender identity, moral grounds, appearance, intellectual abilities, and so on. Now, let me share with you some statistics about the survey. This survey focused on studying the factors of violence against women in politics on digital platforms, also the forms of violence, the support system, what are they doing to have this support environment, and the impact of violence against women. As you can see, the most widespread form of violence against women in politics is psychological violence, with 37% of women who experienced it. Then comes violence in social networks, economic violence, and the least percentage is with physical violence. Let me move to the next slide. These are protective measures taken by women in politics. And as you can see, they changed their everyday routines, stopped sharing information regarding their day-to-day agendas on the internet, requested information regarding safety measures, avoided leaving their homes on their own, has 3%. And almost 1/3 of these respondents believe that threats, intimidation, harassment, and hate speech are more significantly used against women politicians. When it comes to help and support system, as you can see, most of them are discussing this with their family members and friends. And personally for me, the most alarming is that only 21% of female candidates reached out to NGOs and women's organizations to seek the support system and help. Limited financial resources for political campaigns are considered the biggest barrier for women candidates. And despite the fact that largest share of party-related work are done by women, they are never given the chance to be promoted. And here, I should also mention that gender quotas were abolished recently in Georgia with the justification from ruling party that we already achieved meaningful participation. Obviously, we have not. So this is additional barrier for women engaged in politics in Georgia. For these reasons, and in the context of pre- and post-election, UNDP Georgia strengthened capacity building, resources and coordination to prevent, mitigate and respond gender-based violence on digital platforms. And thanks to Korean National Police Agency, it was able for us to ensure that this issue of violence against women in politics is given relevant attention. My dear friends, Tina and Osama yesterday mentioned eMonitor Plus, which was created, and I don't want to discuss this issue as we have a time limitation. I will just mention that we are working also on chatbot, and this tool will be useful for policymakers, national police, the justice sector, CSOs, and GBV practitioners, as it will provide new data, insights to abolish prevention and response initiatives at country level. This is kind of next step for our project, but now I'm sure you are all eager to hear more about the chatbot, and I will stop here and hand over to my colleague Robo, who will provide more information about the functionality of this AI tool. Thanks so much for your attention.
Thank you, Anna, colleagues. Thank you for the fruitful and insightful discussions. As we are working on and we are eager to fight against TFGBV, we can take much more in our homes when we are getting back and to work tirelessly against this issue. By the way, when we launched this project in Georgia, how can I start the presentation? Yep, okay, thank you. When we launched this project in Georgia, it's coincided with the parliamentary election 2024 in Georgia, and there was an increasing number of TFGBV cases, and still we are counting cases day by day. When we were thinking how can we tackle this issue and how can we struggle with this problem, we focused on leveraging technology to combat technology facilitate gender-based violence, leading to the development of the chatbot, AI chatbot. These tools serves with the two main purposes. The first purpose is to identifying potential cases of the discrimination and violence, and functioning as a referral mechanism. We collaborated closely with our local partner, Smart Digital, and the Ilia State University and Media Development Foundation as a representative of the CSOs to bring this initiative in life. As I mentioned, the main goal of this chatbot are to educate and inform users about the gender issues, enabling them to recognize this information and respond appropriately, and secondly, to provide help and support to those who have been victims of the gender disinformation, hate speech, and online violence in our country. As some of you may know, and yesterday we had the presentation, my colleagues had the presentation, our main national partner, Media Development Foundation, played a key role in developing the chatbot methodology and the database that basically chatbot is based on. By analyzing the database, the chatbot can identify the words and the phrases containing gender disinformation, hate speech, and online violence from text, from screenshots, from photos, and from different content you may face in the internet. And additionally, if the users and the potential victims of the TFGBV are uncertain or unclear about whether these concrete cases constitute or not, does not constitute the TFGBV cases, the chatbot offers evidence-based answers and identifies potential cases. Also, the chatbot is designed to engage in a conversation with the users in the Georgian language. That has been the hardest part of this project, while some of our colleagues from UNDP experience how the Georgian language, the complexity of the Georgian language. So, specificity of the Georgian language, and using this language during the working of the chatbot is quite still very complex, as in cases of the gender disinformation, the chatbot directs users to the Media Development Foundation's fact-checking platform, so-called Myth Detector. This platform provides verified information and it debunks false narratives that help users better understand and navigate the issue. Additionally, the chatbot connects users with the relevant organizations equipped to provide specialized assistance, ensuring they receive an appropriate support and guidance tailored to their specific needs and the circumstances. Wrapping up my session, we, the civil society organizations, and Alan perfectly mentioned the importance of the CSOs in struggling against the TFGB. We see CSOs now and in the future as a key partners in struggling with this issue, and we are going to use their expertise and the knowledge in this direction. And Alan also mentioned the limited spaces for the CSOs in the globally, and I'd like to mention with one sentence, this is the hardest time for the CSOs in Georgia currently, as the Parliament of Georgia adopted foreign agents law, which limits the spaces for the civil society organizations. And while we are making and conducting these projects, and we are thinking that our main partners have to be the CSOs, this is a very huge assistance from the UNDP and from the KMPA. So I'd like to thanks for this assistance. And finally, we see that ensuring the sustainability of this project and continuing efforts as a crucial to maintaining the progress we made and building on these achievements. And while we are in the finalizing of this project at the end of December, we hope that these projects, we will be able to continue working this issue while this is a very deep-rooted problem in the Georgian society. So I will stop here. Thank you very much, and happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna and Robo, for highlighting the specific groups of women that are under attack and are at risk for TFGBV, and also the pressure that civil society organizations in Georgia, but also around the world, are under to actually be there and provide support for TFGBV victims. And I'm sorry for my poor pronunciation skills of names, so I'll try to do better. But I'm also happy to introduce two of our discussants here today. We have Mrs. Soo-Jung Kim. You are the director of the Women's Rights Counseling Center and the Women's Hotline. And you're welcome to share reflections or ask questions to our panelists here today. You have, I would say, 3 minutes so we also give space for our second discussant, but also take questions from the audience.
네, 안녕하세요. 소개받은 한국 여성의 전화의 김수정이라고 합니다. 시간이 좀 필요하실까요? 괜찮으신가요? 네. 한국 상황에 대해서 좀 보충을 하면서 지금 이 문제에 대한 시민사회 역할에 대해서 저희가 동감하는 바에 대해서 좀 나누고 싶습니다. 우선 여기 계신 분들께서 좋은 인사이트 나누어 주셔서 많은 참고가 될 것 같습니다. 감사합니다. 여성의 전화가 41년간 여성폭력 근절에 매진해 온 단체로서 이 기술매개 젠더 기반 폭력 문제에 대해서도 시민단체로서 많은 역량을 기울이고 있는데요. 전 세계적으로 이 기술매개 젠더 기반 폭력의 핵심이 역시 성차별의 문제다라고 보고 있는 점에 대해서 저희 또한 동감합니다. 저 또한 마찬가지로 이 문제는 오늘날 새롭게 등장한 문제라고 보기보다는 아주 오랫동안 존재해온 성차별과 여성폭력이 우리 생활상에 매우 밀접한 매체가 된 기술이라는 수단을 통해 발생하고 있는 것이라고 생각합니다. 그렇기 때문에 이러한 기술적 특성에는 대비하되 피해자를 지원하고 피해자의 목소리를 통해서 사각지대를 발견해 나가고 피해자와 여성들을
First of all, to focus on supporting the victims, to raise awareness about their situation, and also to provide more assistance and capacity building to the victims. So in that respect, the role of CSOs would not change much. So in Korea, TFGBV is receiving a lot of spotlight, particularly for the technology-facilitated crimes committed by intimate partners. Relatively speaking, this has not received enough spotlight. So at Korea Women's Hotline, we've been meeting and talking with the victims, and we are identifying more of these cases. So domestic violence or violence by dating partners is increasing, and we see that a lot of times these perpetrators use all forms of tools available, including technology, to cause harm and damage and commit crime against the victims. And so even online digital information of the victims, such as SNS accounts, are being used in order to track down and to continue to commit crime against the victims. So previously, it was impossible or difficult for the perpetrators to use these kinds of technologies, but with the progress in technologies, it's much easier to access them, and also through smartphone monitoring, the perpetrators are able to continue to carry out surveillance over the daily activities of the victims through the phone call interceptions and others. And so for the victims, it's very difficult for them to really protect their rights against these perpetrators. And a lot of the CSOs that try to support the victims don't have enough resources to provide ample assistance as well. And so oftentimes also in the society, these kinds of dangers, these kinds of crimes are seen as very minor misdemeanors. So they're often overlooked by the police agencies and other law enforcement groups. And so thus what we do at the Korea Women's Hotline is we help the victims establish new accounts online, or we do provide other forms of assistance as well. But if you look at the situation in the modern society, online and offline are both very important realms of activity, daily activity of people. And so we have to ensure that more support will be provided for the protection of victims online in particular. And we have to develop more systems and institutions to support them. And also at our Women's Hotline, we also are trying to collaborate with more organizations and also with the government to secure more funding. So this year we saw an increase in deep fake technology-based GBVs occur. And this is not a new phenomenon, actually. Back in 2020, we had the nth room telegram incident that occurred. And from 2015 to 2018, there were illegal filming crimes that had occurred. And so we saw up to about 40,000 cases, 40,000 victims that have happened as a result. And so in CSOs in Korea, we are encouraging the different campaigns using hashtags and also signing campaigns in order to ask for not just the legal revisions, but also more room and opportunities for the victims to raise their voices. And so I think this is a good direction that we are taking in terms of the CSO's activities. So I briefly explained the situation in Korea, and I'm sure that we have some similarities in the other countries. So I'd like to ask one question to any of the speakers. Thank you very much for sharing good examples. So for the CSOs, with the government or law enforcement agencies, we will have to collaborate more. And so to draw out better collaboration, what will be the important drivers that we can work on to ensure that there is more or better collaboration? What will be the social background that is necessary to encourage such good collaboration among different stakeholders? Thank you.
Anyone feel the urge to respond to that question. Dr. Hanita, maybe, do you have any, would you like to respond to the question in terms of how collaboration between governments and CSOs can be strengthened?
Yeah, I think that we have to include the campaign through curriculum, yeah, and the education in our country actually. Because now is the cases, the FGBV cases increase in youth, yeah, and underage student. I think that that is why we need the government to make a more systemic curriculum, and also raising an awareness to at the school, university. We already have a task force at the university. Start with public university, but there is no SOP to report to the police, but just they report to the university. So we have a SOP integration with the police, I think. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Anna?
Thank you for the question. If I speak on behalf of Georgia, I would say that we act post factum, and I think we should put more resources on collaboration with CSOs. For example, in Georgia, we already have general and common knowledge of what is gender-based violence, but technology facilitated gender-based violence is something new, and I think we should be more proactive to speak the same language, to be on the same page when we are planning mitigation activities or resources or coordinative like mechanisms. I think we should put more resources on the knowledge, what it means, how it affects on women's life, and how it affects especially women engaged in politics. And this was the main issue when we were thinking about having this chatbot and having the referral mechanism within the chatbot. When people find out that they are having such problem, they go to chatbot. And when we have referral mechanisms, we need strengthened NGOs and CSOs who could provide the services for the possible victims of technology facilitated gender-based violence. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we need to unpack collaboration as a practice and a process, because I think if you think about the role of CSOs in a democratic society, part of their role is to hold institutions accountable. And that may be uncomfortable for institutions like the police. So if I think about, where I live in New York, certain communities, particularly communities of color, in New York, many of the CSOs working with those communities do not trust the police because the police don't treat their people very well, right? So we can't just think of collaboration as a kind of happy, harmonious relationship. There will be situations and contexts where, for democracy to function and for TFGBV to be ended, CSOs need to be holding the police and other institutions accountable. So I think we need to think about collaboration in different aspects.
Thank you. We will go a few minutes over, so I ask for permission to do that. But I think this was very interesting reflections. And then I will turn to the last discussant, Ms. Young Sheng Chang. You're the senior inspector in Gyeonggi Baku Provincial Police Team. You're an investigator and a lead support team in the Gyeonggi Northeastern Sunflower Center. Ms. Yang, the floor is yours. And if you could keep it to 3 minutes.
네, Yes, I do believe that I'm the last panelist of the last session of the day, and I have 3 minutes, as our moderator has mentioned. And yes, can see like lasers coming out of people right now from their eyes, so that I can asking me to end quickly. So I'll try to do my best. So in the opening video, did you see me? I was actually in the video. Anyone that remembers me, would you like to raise your hand? I was in one of the opening videos. Yes, I am the person that was in the video. And for 2 years, with regard to TFGBV, I was a consultant in raising capacity for the police as part of the UNDP program. So I'm a part of the police force, but also a colleague of UNDP. So I just wanted to mention that I'm also a part of the team, and I'm very happy to be a colleague of yours. And there's something that I do want to add today. I've actually noticed a very grave mistake or an error. What that is for the 2 years, we had those that have really worked behind the scenes, but they are not in the video. So yes, we do have Mr. Byung from KMPA and Ms. Kim, and also Mr. Kim Young-chan in charge of ESPC, and Mr. Lee Moon-jin. I do want to mention that they might be hospitalized because they had been putting in so much work. So a big round of applause to make sure that they don't have to go to the hospital. Hopefully that will encourage them, and really I want to appreciate our gratitude to those that have worked behind the scenes. So I do want to take notion of these key individuals, and there were also three additional consultants that worked with me. So I want to acknowledge their effort as well. So now coming back to this topic, for the past 2 years, we've went to Cote d'Ivoire and Indonesia in person, and as for other countries, I've met them via video conferencing and webinars. So we've shared a lot. I've also learned a lot from these interactions. And today, what I want to talk about is, as you are very well aware, in Korea, when there is a TFGBV incident, the CSOs had a great role to play. So there are cases that may not be reported, but acknowledging that and collecting evidence in all of these areas, CSOs played a significant role. And out of all of the roles that are played by the CSOs, what I would like to ask. So I've basically, because in lieu of time, I have focused on the questions in my comments. So I'm sure that there are collaborations with the police, and there could be some successful collaboration with the police. And could you maybe share with us a key case in point of any successes of collaboration? And in terms of the questions, I do have a number of questions, but I think that we can talk about the answers during the action planning session during the workshop, so you don't have to answer them right now. And the second question is for the victims. If we do have a safe reporting mechanism, that would be great. This is something that's most necessary, and I know that the CSOs are monitoring this process. In Korea, we've been improving the reporting mechanism for the victims, and especially there are systems that utilizes the internet, and also in the process of the judicial process or the investigation process, to make sure that it's anonymous, and to have the same gender police to investigate the case, and other safeguards for victims are put in place in Korea. And in addition to that, when it comes to victims of GBV, we do have a standard investigation model or protocol so that there aren't any secondary victimization. So yes, we do have these procedures in place, but I do believe that there's still much room for improvement. So it would be great if you can also share with us some areas where we can improve upon in Korea. And my last question. Okay, so my very last question. So a safe reporting procedure, whether it be in the system or institutionally, it's important. But once again, it's important to make sure that they can rest assured that they would not be secondary victims to these cases. So in order to avoid secondary victimization, of course, there are things that are done by the law enforcement agencies, but also the family, colleagues, media. There are various channels where there could be secondary victimization that would kick in. So what should we do to make sure that that doesn't happen? What are the key consideration points? So I'd like to ask our speakers these questions. It's a great pleasure to meet you all, and I did make this in 3 minutes, did I? I hope so, and thank you very much.
Anyone wants to respond to that? Robo?
Okay, start by, so I will answer the first question about the good examples of the collaboration of the CSOs and government and the state institutions. I will bring here my personal experience. I have been the member of the Prime Minister office in a previous life. It was in 2019, 2021, and I was working and focused on the elaborating the human rights policy, elaborating the national strategy on human rights, and our approach during this work and experience have been that we were concentrated to conduct the public consultation process, meaning that we invited all CSOs working on human rights on a grassroots level, on a national level, to make sure they have been involved in the process, elaborating and sending us some outputs, outcomes, indicators in terms of the human rights. So I think this process in birth, that was a great achievement, not only the state institutions, but also the result have been remarkable. Why we elaborated the national strategy that was, how can I say, the good mechanism for the vulnerable people, people with disabilities, LGBTQI plus communities, and all vulnerable societies we have in Georgia. So that was all from my personal experiences about the good example of collaboration between the CSOs and the state institutions. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we can allow for 2 other responses, but then be very brief. Anyone? Yeah, Dr. Hanita.
Thank you, Ms. Chang. I think that you promised in Indonesia to share your standard, yeah, actually, because this is very important. The national standard from investigate and also for the services to the survivor, actually, because in Indonesia we have at least 528 police station and and also women and police unit and cyber unit, and we don't have any standard, yeah, actually, to handle TFGBV, and CSO have strong advocacy to make some like standard, and also to make the same perspective, yeah, gender perspective for the police, yeah, because they are in frontliners. When the victims report to the police, they have to handle with care, with gender perspective. It's very important, but in Indonesia we still don't have the same standard for the police. Yeah, we hope that you can share the standard with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for final comments? No. Thank you. I'm sorry I went a little bit over time, 8 minutes. So there are many, many areas that I failed to fulfill today. But I think it was a very rich panel. You highlighted some of the many challenges, but also some of the opportunities and what are working. But civil societies are under pressures around the world. They're also fighting for their own existence, as we're also asking them to step up support for TFGBB survivors. But thank you very much. And I think we can come back to some of these issues during the workshops that we will continue with now. Thank you. A round of applause for our panelists.
Yes, please give them a warm round of applause. Thank you very much, our moderator and presenters and discussant. Thank you very much. So we are going to take 10-minute break from now on. So we are going to start with the working group session at 11:30. 11:35, I guess, 11:35, we're going to have the working group session. So refreshments are available at the back. Please feel free to enjoy them at your convenience and kindly ensure you're seated by 11:35. Thank you. Have your attention, please. As I mentioned, we have your assigned group on the screen. So may I ask all the participants to move your seats to your assigned group. There is a sign on the table. You can see A, B, C, D. So please move your seats to the assigned group and assigned table. Thank you very much. And we are going to start in 2 minutes. The working group session will start in 2 minutes. So please move your seats to your assigned table. Thank you. To start the group working group session. So please take your seats. Thank you.
It's whatever you like. Turn this opposite into a club. I'm talking drink.
are we ready to start the working group discussion? May I? So, as I mentioned, we have 4 different groups, and we're going to talk about the 2 key topics from now on. And the moderator of each group will provide further details on the discussion format. So, now the working group discussion start. Okay, so please start. Okay, so yeah, okay, one more minute. Please wrap it up, everybody. I'll just make the announcement. So the allocated time for working groups has now ended, and now you're going to take a lunch break. And first, we extend our gratitude to the moderators and all of you for your active participation and discussions. And very important note, a buffet has been prepared in Astor Suite, which is located to the left as you exit this conference room. And we are going to start the next session at 2 p.m. for a session covering the feedback from your working group discussion. So please be back by 2, and the lunch will be provided at the Astor Suite. Thank you very much. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? We are going to begin the next session in a minute. So please take your seat as we are going to proceed with the rest of the program. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, may I have your attention, please? Now we are going to have the feedback from the working groups. So may I ask all the participants to take their seat? Thank you very much. We are going to begin the next session. Okay, so I hope all of you had a pleasant lunch, and I would like to thank you for being with us as we continue with the rest of the program. So we will now hear from the rapporteurs of each group as they share the key outcomes and recommendations from the discussions. So Group A and B discuss effective practices and lessons learned on law enforcement response to TFGBV. And I would like to invite the rapporteur from Group A, Ms. Leona Kicic. May I invite you on the stage to share the feedback of the group discussion? Okay, so is it okay to start with the Group B? So for Group B, may I invite Mr. Youngchan Kim for the presentation and sharing the feedback of the working group? Oh, you need more time? Okay, then what about Group C? Are you ready? May I call the repertoire of the group? Gosh, what about D? Yes! Yes! Need some more time. Then what about we take 5 more minutes to start with the feedback from the group discussion. So maybe take your time, and it's good idea to start at 2:10 maybe. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay, so I heard that Group A is ready for sharing their feedbacks and key outcomes and also feedback of the discussion. So may I invite Leona Kichichi, advisor. Please welcome her with a big round of applause.
Hello, everybody. The pressure is on. Our group was working on the topic focus on law enforcement and agencies and how can we enhance capacities and approaches to law enforcement response to TF-GBV. The first question that we mostly focused on was how can we be more effective in responding to TF-GBV, and we had some points here. The first point was prevention. Prevention is the first step that police agencies should take in order to be effective in responding to TF-GBV. What prevention means? Development of a campaign that helps population to interact with police and raising awareness, communication about TF-GBV, reporting solutions, such as informing, providing clear information about what we are covered by the legal framework referral and the victim support. And by that way, we can have deterrence effect. Also, there are already some programs where policies are invited to schools to educate TF-GBV. Police also should demonstrate the willingness of by institutional communications with the public and advocate for a legal framework. The second point that we focused on regarding the first question, how can we be more effective in responding to TF-GBV, was the part of the investigation. During the investigation processes, victims are under the psychological pressure, so the police should have the capacities to provide the psychological support to the victims. Simultaneously, police should inform the victims that social and psychological support is available for the investigation process. More specifically, dedicated teams or professionals should be stationed in the police agencies. Police should also try to raise awareness on the psychological pressures that the victims are going through, so that way they can appropriately interact with the victim. Also, what we emphasized here is that there should be clear protocols of how the police should interrogate and investigate these offenses because of the sensibility of the topic. Also, some other reporting mechanisms should be. Excuse me, can you please help me with the laptop? I clicked something and I don't understand Korean. Can you please help me with the I want to go back to the file. Thank you. As I mentioned, there should be strict protocols that the police agencies should go by. Also, it's important for the police to avoid re-traumatization of the victims in the process of investigation. And also the third part that is really important is the victim support. Victim support should be throughout the whole process. The first step would be deletion of harmful contents. that it's a very clear understanding and connection between the police, telecommunication companies, social media platforms, etc. The communication with the victims should be maintained, and the victims should be assisted for how they can get a better protection online. Also, we focused mostly on the first question, so the second and the third question, we discussed it, but we didn't prepare a presentation for them. So if you have some questions regarding this presentation, we're open to discussing it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So we have heard from the group A, and now let's hear from group B. Miss Youngun Kim will share us the key outcomes of the group discussions. Please welcome her with a big round of applause.
I also joined for moral support.
Thank you for the introduction. My name is Youngun Kim. I'm an intern at the UNDP Seoul Policy Center, supporting the governance and gender team. And yeah, so to start with the presentation, so the first discussion that we shared was what kind of good examples are there that we can share regarding the technology-facilitated gender-based violence, the responses to combat TFGBV. So the first thing was regarding the complaint mechanisms. I'm sorry, I'm a bit nervous. So thank you. So for the first example that was shared was the ECRM, which is the Electronic Cybercrime Report and Management System that the KMPA operates. So in the Korean police, for the Korean police, we have the ECRM system that allows the victims / survivors to report their harms online. So there is an online facilitated reporting system for that. And second of all, there's also the digital forensics technology that was shared, which is also from the KMPA. So as an example of the digital tools that we can utilize to combat the TFGBV, there's a deepfake automatic recognition system technology by the KMPA. So that was also mentioned by one of our Bosnia colleagues. And thirdly, there was it was mentioned about the collaboration with other agencies and the deletion of the illegal content. So what was mentioned was the importance of the collaboration between the three so-called main pillars of Korea to combat TFGBV, which is KMPA, KCSC, and WHRIK. I'm going to spell that out for you. So KMPA is, of course, the Korean National Police Agency, and KCSC is the Korea Communication Standards Commission, which is quite of a unique organization, institution that deals with media regulation. So they, as you might have heard in the previous session, so KCSC detects the illegal content and has the authority to delete those content. And third thing that I mentioned was the WHRIK, which is the Women Human Rights Institute of Korea. So basically these three organizations and institutes collaborate to do the deletion work and more better investigation. The next thing that was mentioned in the first discussion, the last but not least, was the survivor-centered investigation. And one of our Australian colleagues mentioned the example of Australia, which was the trauma-informed investigation mechanism, and that is
the trauma-informed investigation techniques, or the survivor-centered investigation techniques, all those in line. So because one of the area was mentioned was the survivor-centered investigations, right? So there were Wendy actually shared some good examples from Australia or Norway. Also, she mentioned about, because it also relates to the second question, whether those things can be transferable. And then she shared some example that Norway model was transferred to Indonesia, for example. So yeah, so that was one of the area. And as you could see, just to give her a time to have a deep breath, is that we focus more on actual examples. So it was one of moderator's mistake as well. But then I focus so I ask what are the some actual examples you've heard from 2 days of conference, instead of what are the good responses of the law enforcement agency to TFGBV, but what are some good examples. That's why our members came up with ECRM model from KMPA, also the automated deepfake recognition technologies, and etc. So, but then this leads to the second question we had: what are the prerequisites for them to be transferred?
Yes, so to share the expertise of each country that we have. So first, and to make them transferable to other countries that have different context. So first thing was to establish a basic legal framework to bring judicial changes. And for example, there's also another example coming up, which was also from Australia. It's called LECC, Law Enforcement Conduct Commission, that they have this basic legal framework to deal with, to address these coming up individual cases more effectively. And second of all, there was also mentioned the cultural normative framework. So basically, we need to raise the public awareness in order to actually transfer each of the methods to other countries. Thirdly, there was the importance of political will was also mentioned. So to actually establish each of the frameworks that I've just mentioned, the basic legal framework and plus the cultural normative framework, it is essential and necessary to have a common political will that is shared among each of the stakeholders that are dealing with the law enforcement. And fourthly, there's also a crucial need of police accountability within each country, so that citizens can actually feel safe to report their harms and each of the violent cases to the police agencies. And to make that reporting mechanism more effective, we need to increase the accountability of the police agencies. And which is also aligned with that is the gender responsive police institution. So in order to make the victims feel more safe during the process of their reporting, we need to have the police being more gender responsive. And if you want to...
Yeah, so thank you. We talked about, because sometimes we talk about, women, peace and security topic and the gender-based violence topic separately, while they are very closely linked together, right? So for law enforcement agencies to provide and to respond the gender-based violence, regardless online, offline, their response to be correct, the police agencies itself has to be gender mainstream, gender responsive, right? So that's why the WPS agenda is very important as well. So one of the prerequisites for these new digital tools, new technologies to be transferred, the police institution also needs to be have that culture and that transformation, but also the proper accountability mechanism, internal and external.
Thank you. And there are just two more points in this discussion, which was the police capacity. So first of all, it was police capacity. So since they're to summarize all the police-related prerequisites, there was police accountability and gender-responsive police institutions, and the last one was, of course, police capacity, so that overall the police could be more accountable, as I mentioned, and so I guess it was mentioned in the sessions that the police should have both the gender responsive abilities, but also the IT related education and the related capacity to build a better police agency overall.
If I may come in, so there was a conversation, because we talked a lot about what is the best approach against this new type of gender-based violence? Because before talking about like coordination with other agencies, sometimes there is also lack of coordination within police vis-a-vis, I mean, against this new type of violence. Like, is it the cybercrime unit, or is it the traditional unit that is dealing with the gender-based violence? So sometimes, so what we have noticed in the cybercrime unit, sometimes the police officers, they lack gender sensitivity or gender mainstreaming ideas, but sometimes the units that are dealing with the gender-based violence previously, they sometimes lack the cyber literacy or digital literacy. So among our members, there was a different conversation whether I mean, of course, it depends on the jurisdiction that each country is faced with, but the consensus was it's best to strengthen the overall police capacity. So it doesn't matter whether this police officer is working for gender-based violence or not, they need to have a proper understanding and right training to deal with the gender-based violence.
And last but not least, there was international collaboration that we think is very, very essential, just like today and the forum. So it may be a bit insufficient with all the things that I mentioned before, the basic legal framework and all those normative frameworks and things about the police, but there is the international collaboration must be accompanied so that we can achieve a successful way to combat TFGBV.
Okay, so last question was about the recommendation for police to coordinate and better collaborate with other agencies, but we already discussed this a lot while answering question A and B. So I took the executive decision with the power of moderator, and we tweaked the question because we're launching the second phase of this project. So we collected some of the recommendations for the next phases. So I will just name those titles. There was a request to focus more on prevention, especially engaging with education sector. There was also a request to engage more with private sector, because at the end, they need to also collaborate and be regulated. There was also one on police accountability with the same reason that we just mentioned. The police capacity building always has to go together with the focus on police accountability. And then the international coordination, of course, it was mentioned. And then the last but not least, there was a strong request for KMPA to continue sharing their good practices. And also there was an additional request, which was because through this conference, we learned KMPA also collaborate with different government agencies and CSOs in Korea to respond to this critical issue. And so in the future, for sharing of Korea's experience, maybe bringing those other actors such as KCSC, WHRIK, so like the focus on victim support, the deletion of image and engaging with the private sector, that big picture, the whole ecosystem can be together featured. That'll be really helpful. And then one last thing was, if possible, the sharing of KMPA's experience can be also documented so that it can be shared, like such as manual or publication. I think that's all we cover. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for sharing the valuable points from the working group discussions. And now let's move on to the working group C and D. They discussed the whole of society response to technology facilitated GBV. And for the group C, may I invite Rapporteur Raya Mustafa on the stage. Please welcome her with a warm round of applause.
Hi everyone. Our notes are on the flip chart, so bear with me while, make sense of it. So our question was on the role of, or who the key stakeholders are, and sort of how effectively we can coordinate amongst the different stakeholders for this purpose. So I'll begin with we did a little bit of a mapping and what the roles and responsibilities are of some of the stakeholders. And we've listed different government institutions that covers all the various ministries. and including the integrated support services or centers that are specifically established for this purpose, CSOs, academia, media, tech companies, local authorities, and also more specifically other support services that are providing psychosocial support, health support, and so on. So, and of course, other agencies like the UN agencies. If we look at, we broke down a couple of the different stakeholders. And if we look at media, for example, we have private companies, but we also have other people like influencers that are playing a huge role. And so they can play a big role in challenging the misinformation, reading a wider audience with different demographics, maybe youth, and other demographics. They can also focus on ethical reporting, and these are areas where we can also support in ensuring that there are certain standards that are followed within the media. There's also considerations for promoting narratives that advocates for protection and prevention of TFGBV, and also sharing more information about the support services that are available, like providing hotlines and so on. But the question that we did have about working with media is also about the challenges of regulating media. If I can move on to the civil society organizations, we have covered a range of different types of support and activities that CSOs can take a role in. For example, providing psychosocial support, acting as the first point of contact or as first responders, providing legal aid. Awareness raising is something that we've covered in a lot of these sessions. And one big role of CSOs is also acting as the watchdog or having that accountability function for governments. They are essentially the senders for change. And so there are certainly overlapping roles and responsibilities that we often attribute to CSOs, but that are also covered by other institutions. We did discuss too, within CSOs as well, we should acknowledge that there would be areas where they might not necessarily be on the same page about the different approaches to take. So there should be consideration that there might not necessarily be a shared vision. And there were examples of perhaps religious groups and other CSOs that may have a very different idea of what that prevention and of TFGB would look like. Another such organization that may exist in some countries are also cultural institutions that would also have certain ideas of how they would want to approach this topic. But one main thing to consider is that all of these CSOs, when working together, should also have some sort of a platform to be able to collaborate or bring together their ideas and the sort of support that they're providing to victims. We did start talking about government institutions and what role they play. And the main role a government or any institution that you take from the government is to be the coordinating body, essentially, that may be the Ministry of Gender or Women's Affairs, or it depends from country to country. There is also the different functions of the government entities, such as the parliament and the legislative body, and the importance of incorporating the roles and responsibilities of different stakeholders within the legislation itself. However, we did focus on, or we did highlight that it should also be victim-centric when creating these legislations. We didn't get to the other institutions, but I can move on to the different approaches that we did talk about in terms of effective coordination. So one thing we did agree on, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that there needs to be the central government should act as the control tower or have that coordination function. In some cases, we drew from experiences from different countries, and in some cases, that coordinating body is the established integrated support service centers, where they can also inform on policy, but they would essentially be that regulating body and the coordinating body for other all the stakeholders involved. We did draw from experiences from other countries as well, and there were a couple of different approaches that were suggested. One that was mentioned was a learning from Georgia that has a three-pronged approach where the legislative body, the executive, and the investigative functions are all separate but working together. So each of these areas do have a, I suppose, an overarching main institution that kind of has all the other relevant stakeholders within them to ensure that they are able to coordinate effectively. That is something that worked well in Georgia previously. Another approach that was suggested was a learning from Bolivia and Chile, where they had a national action coalition where they had set commitments, agreed commitments where they would work with all stakeholders. And they also had this function of convening all of these stakeholders. The last one that we did mention was when we're working with all different stakeholders, and especially within the government entities as well, we often find that there are these different well, we called it sectoral egos, where there are different ministries or different institutions that it's very challenging to decide who has this main authority or the main role of acting as a coordinator or a convener. So that is certainly something to consider amongst the different contexts. But I think one thing that is important when we're talking about effective coordination is to also really consider the context that you are in and mapping the exact mapping the ecosystem so you understand who the key partners are, who should be taking on the different roles, and ensuring that these are all victim-centric and also going towards a shared vision. There is a caveat to that, though, where a shared vision is also something very difficult or challenging to come to. So that is something we'll perhaps leave you with, and I'll invite my group to add anything I've missed. No? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And lastly, may I invite Mr. Min Guan from Group D to share the key outcomes. Oh, Miss Min Guan, sorry. Please come up to the stage. Let's welcome her with a warm round of applause.
All right, may I begin? This is slightly nerve-wracking, as I haven't really done a lot of public speaking in a while, but so if I, falter and make mistakes, please bear with me. My name is Min, and I am the Governance and Gender Intern at the UNSPC Seoul Policy Center, working alongside with Mr. Moojin Lee and, of course, Young-Chan Kim. And I'll begin by speaking about our group's discussion on cooperation mechanisms for a whole of society response to technology-facilitated gender-based violence. So in my speech, I'll explore key tools and platforms and approaches necessary for an effective response. And I'll begin by introducing two main pillars that were presented in our discussions, which were identifying the key stakeholders and discussing strategies for building trust with survivors. So I'll begin my talk by introducing the key stakeholders. During our discussion, we reached an agreement that addressing technology-facilitated gender-based violence is something that requires involving diverse stakeholders, including civil society organizations, i.e. CSOs, law enforcement agencies, and other local actors. However, it has been pointed out that survivors may often face challenges navigating the existing support system, such as avoiding direct interaction with police and the legal system, which is something that I will elaborate further on in my speech. And we have highlighted the importance of an alternative entry point other than the existing one. So we felt that societal approach as a whole, sort of like a comprehensive approach involving the entire society, is definitely something that we really need to take into consideration when identifying key stakeholders. So for instance, the Women's the Women's Shelters can serve as unique gateways for survivors, as noted in, I believe it was Ms. Kang's presentation in yesterday. And globally, we have noted that there are less than 10% of the victims that actually go through the formal reporting system to formal providers, which really emphasizes the need for trusted systems that the victims / survivors can really rely on and go to reach out for help. So the Sunflower Center in Korea, we discussed that it is something that offers a model for integration, as it provides medical, legal, and psychological support under one roof. And when adapting such models to local contexts, our Indonesian colleague have discussed that efforts must prioritize enhancing survivor trust on these support systems. Again, going on to the Indonesian initiative, it may involve religious and other indigenous leaders as informal reporting mechanisms, which reflects on the importance of community-based solutions. So a solution that involves the entirety of the whole community. And in addition to the traditional stakeholders involved in the GBV violent response, we have reached a consensus that technical experts and more private partners, so i.e. tech companies, need to be included in the joint efforts to address these issues. So a significant question was raised on whether it is best to integrate the TFGBV mechanisms into the existing gender-based violence frameworks, or whether it is best to create new structures entirely. And there has been initial concerns on incorporating the TFGBV mechanism into the existing framework, as some of our colleagues initially felt that this approach may hinder specialized approaches, specialized case-by-case approaches, particularly given the scale of the technological impact of these cases. However, we did reach to a consensus that greater sustainability and longevity of the coordinated continued support really stems from internal and external efforts to improve the system in and of itself, and not building an entirely new institution out of nowhere. So we discussed that engaging non-traditional stakeholders such as tech companies remains a critical challenge in addressing this issue. While companies like Meta have developed reporting guidelines, their participation in broader coordination mechanisms is, I would say, somewhat inconsistent. So it is very important to incentivize these private sector involvement, potentially through legislation or other ESG frameworks, which could hopefully enhance engagement. So private sectors that are closely linked to the youth really need to be incorporated into this effort. So one of our colleagues have discussed the possibility of incorporating cosmetic brands, but really we have talked about how it's important not just to incorporate the victims, i.e. the women that are or may be involved, but also the men that, as this is a very gendered violence, and we felt that it is important to incorporate both genders that are involved. And also the possibility of incorporating public figures. I believe in one of our previous speeches, Taylor Swift was the example that has been brought up. But it's really important to include not just the public sectors, but also these individuals that may be relevant stakeholders into the joint effort. All right, so moving on, platforms and tools for coordination, challenges in coordination mechanisms. So despite the success stories, we felt that effective coordination remains challenging. So survivors often encounter fragmented systems, which may erode trust. Many prefer informal systems, as I've discussed earlier, over the formal legal avenues, as they fear social stigma, or they might be dissatisfied with the institutional responses as they go through as they navigate these formal avenues of support. So another issue was the lack of regional collaboration. So Southeast Asia, for instance, face difficulties in implementing global frameworks due to varying levels of government interest. So Indonesia, again, we felt that simply convening stakeholders can be a major challenge. And it is crucial to build a comprehensive response other than including just a stakeholder. And additionally, we also discussed how TFGBB often overlaps with other issues such as child abuse and misconceptions about the scope of what TFGBV may cover may blur lines between these categories, which complicates the efforts to address them effectively. While on the other hand, there is a level of integrated, I guess, intersectionality, which involves a layer of different identities that may be involved. So this, combined with the misconceptions of what TFGBB may mean, can obviously create a gray zone for what we really have to do to address these issues. At the national level, we have talked about examples like the Sunflower Centers, which shows how integrated platforms can fast-track support. However, the sustainability works often depends on local government support and funding, and we have really discussed the importance of government support and funding in addressing these issues. And internationally, existing frameworks like the Santa Clara Principles and UNFPA's GBB coordination packages offer valuable templates. And as these works emphasize, as these existing sort of treaties emphasize collaboration between governance and CSOs, especially in contexts where official engagement is limited. So to wrap up my speech, I know that this was a very long speech, so I'll be very concise. So number one, so we have come up with several recommendations to address the existing issues with TFGBV. So number one, strengthening existing mechanisms. So building on the current GBV structure/systems rather than creating an entirely new structure out of it. To ensure scalability and sustainability, And number two, legislative frameworks. So pushing for laws that incentivize private sector engagement and ensuring survivor-centric coordination mechanisms. Number three, international collaboration. So developing global partnerships and treaties to address cross-border issues and standardized responses. Number four, community-based support. Expand the definition of what support means to include informal actors like religious leaders and other community influencers. And finally, number five, sustained survivor support. So recognizing the need for justice and recognizing that justice and recovery may mean different things for each survivors, and coordination mechanisms must accommodate these diverse needs, particularly for long-term support. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So this concludes the session of feedback from the working groups. We truly appreciate the rapporteurs for the presentations and all the participants for sharing their insights. Why don't we take this opportunity to give a round of applause to one another, shall we? Thank you. So we will now move to the final part of the global policy dialogue. And this time, I would like to invite representatives from UNDP and KNPA to come on stage for their closing remarks. Please allow me to invite Mr. Soufiane Basha from UNDP for the closing remark. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Should I invite, okay, one by one, okay.
Great. So we are already there. I was just wondering when we started all this organization a few months ago, because it took some while, but I'm really, really happy for this event, the quality of discussions, you know, all the support that we got from the backstage, but also all these people coming from around the world, sharing their experience with a lot of enthusiasm and also intention to continue this collaboration. I'm off of the script. I will get back to the script now. So, as we conclude this global policy dialogue on TFGBV, I want to express my gratitude for your active participation over the 2 last days. Together, we had explored the complexity of TFGBV, its impact, its root causes, and we try to understand this phenomenon so that we can shape and develop better responses. So our discussions, while we highlighted these complexities, we outlined also pathways towards a safer and more inclusive online space, and these working groups recommendations, we will put them in the report, and we will try to implement some of them already in the next phase, but also to disseminate this for other partners who are working on the same issues. So the experience sharing, the expertise contributed, and the collaborative ideas proposed during this dialogue demonstrate the immense power of working together. So I'm not saying that we are resolving all the problems related to GBV, but at least we had the chance to sit together. First of all, we communicated on the problem. We showed that this problem it's there, but also it's important to bring or capture the attention of the leaderships, of the deciders also about this. So that's one objective I think that is already achieved. But also with all these ideas and the energy that we had here, we are intending to transform it into real-world actions to increase, these solutions and to align digital transformation with human rights principle also and the survivor-centered responses that we all discuss together. So on behalf of UNDP, I extend my gratitude to our collaboration with all of you, with all the UN also colleagues who were present here, with all the NGOs that came from partner countries, and the national police colleagues came also from all over the world. But most importantly, I would like to thank KNPA, the Korean National Police Agencies, NGC, the government of Korea, for their contributions and this commitment to continue working on this issue, but also beyond this issue, so that we can have more systemic responses and transformation of the institutions, so that we can work together with the other actors to resolve this problem. So my remarkable also gratitude to all the panelists. They prepared their experience and they shared with us all their knowledge, their commitment also in the working groups. So many thanks for them also. So thank you. I wish you safe travels back to your home, those who are coming from outside of Korea. And for everyone, I wish you all the best and continued success in your work. Thank you. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. 감사합니다. Thank you. Please return to your seats. Thank you very much. Thank you for your ceaseless effort to make the global policy dialogue possible so that we can gather together and discuss the problem that we are facing. Thank you. And next, may I invite Mr. Kyu-taek Byun, Superintendent, Chief of the International Cooperation Development Section of KNPA. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's already time to wrap up. How was it? Oh, yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Should I extend it for another day? No? No? Oh, okay. On behalf of KNPA, I deeply appreciate everyone who attended offline and online. Yeah, and wish yeah, unfortunately, yeah. Yeah, wish you all the best. Lastly, thank you so much to the UNDP and USPC and KNPA officials who worked hard for success of project. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Superintendent Byun. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to gather all together. Thank you. And next, may I invite Mr. Moo-jin Lee, Governor's Analyst, Office in charge of GVV from USPC. Please welcome him with a big hand.
Being the last speaker is not easy. And also especially when Youngchan gave me the honor to speak for this occasion, so I'm truly honored. So first of all, many thanks for your enthusiastic participation. And then I know how hard it is to travel long distance. Thank you so much for coming all the way to Korea. For me, it was an eye-opening experience. I learned a lot. And I'm going back home with much food for thought. I think this will really help me to improve my work. Before we wrap up, I want to propose taking a moment to recognize the critical insights shared today. The intersection of technology and GBV demands our attention and collective action. And then we now know that it is our responsibility to translate these discussions into concrete action. So I suggest, and then I ask you to leave here inspired to foster collaboration across sectors, advocate for impactful legislation, and engage communities in creating a safer online environment for all. I believe together we can turn our dialogue into meaningful change and ensure that technology serves as a catalyst for empowerment rather than a tool for harm. Thank you for your commitment to this essential cause. My big thanks goes to everyone who was involved in preparing this. Everyone works tirelessly to make this happen. So my big thanks goes to them. And I wish you a safe travel back home. And then I know that UN's motto is not to leave anyone behind, but I think it'll be best if you could leave all the negative feelings behind, only take the positive and happy feelings back home. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your contribution as well. And finally, we are going to take a group photo all together. So may I invite all the honorable guests up on the stage to take the photo lastly. So please join me up on the stage for the photo. So I guess this photo will serve as a good souvenir to remember the past 2 days. So please join me up on the stage, everyone. All the ladies and gentlemen in this conference room, please join us on the stage for the group photo. So I guess we have many guests here. It's going to be several rows, I think, and please make sure you stand in between so that you are visible to the photo. So please make sure you stand in between. And I understand the topic is undoubtedly serious, and this one requires our utmost attention, but so this means like collaboration and cooperation. So cross your arms and hold one another. Would you like to try? Cross your arms. So we are going to take several photos together. First one is the crossing your arms and hold the hand next to you, the person next to you. Are we ready? And please make sure you are shown to the photo. Okay, so please look at the camera at the center. Okay, 1, 2, 3, say kimchi. 1, 2, 3, kimchi. Yes, another pose. I would like to recommend having a heart shape, like any form. Like you can make, yes, 2 of you can make one heart, or one can make a big heart, or Korean heart, or like cheek heart, any kind. Very good. Please, like the cheek heart, yes. So, on the count of 3, please make your cutest heart. 1, 2, 3, heart. Okay, very good idea. Yes, a round of applause to wrap up. Thank you very much. This marks the end of the Global Policy Dialogue. Thank you very much for your contribution for the past 2 days. Thank you.